Arthur Wilkerson, would you please come to the dais? Arthur Wilkerson. Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton Transit Trust Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Here. Epps. Here. Brown. Present. Demery. Here. Hampton. Here. Weeger. Present. Williams. Warren.
And a quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving the minutes of previous meetings. Council?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote.
Mayor Booker, I'll just take roll on it.
Okay.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries. Bringing up item 2, consider approving an agreement between Lawton Public Schools and the City Transit Trust operating LATS to provide transit service to all students and staff. Christie.
Good evening. This is just the annual agreement between LATS and Lawton Public Schools for free rides for LPS students and staff, as long as they have their photo ID with them. I will note that this is the first year we've done an increase for several years since the conception. It was back in 17. The contract price has been $70,000, so this is the first year we bumped it up to $75,000. LPS has tentatively agreed to that. And just for the record, LPS riders, it's about a little over $50,000 a year, so that'd be trips. So if a student rode the bus in the morning and then the afternoon, that'd count for 2 trips, but it's a little over $50,000 a year for LPS.
Okay, thank you. Questions or motions? Council.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Transit Trust is adjourned. At this time, I'm going to call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Dwayne Hall of Get the Word Out Incorporated, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Psalm 24, 7 through 10. Lift up your heads, O you gates, and be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O you gates. Lift up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts, he is the King of glory. Selah. Father, in Jesus' name, I thank you for your glory. Father, I ask that in fact the ancient gates here within this Lawton Fort Sill community be lifted up and your glory come forth, come in, inhabit over this particular city, oh God, that every man, woman, and child will experience your presence and turn their heart towards you and turn towards life. Now, Father, while there are these gatekeepers that sit in the gateway of the city, oh God, I pray for wisdom with them. I pray their hearts be attuned to you, your will, and your way, that in fact your will be done here in Lawton Fort Sill as what it is in heaven. And it's in Christ's name I pray in the spirit of faith. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, Pastor. And the clerk will call the roll, please.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
We got a good crowd tonight. We're going to move item 38 to the front so some folks from Oklahoma City can get on their way. Item 38, consider an action upon a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, approving and authorizing the incurring of indebtedness by the trustees of the Lawton Industrial Development Authority, the authority, to be accomplished by the issuance of its note or other evidences of indebtedness to be loaned to the Lawton Economic Development Authority, LEDA, in one or more series, either in series names or others determined as needed on a tax-exempt or taxable basis at a premium or discount in the aggregate principal par amount of not to exceed $80 million and no $100. $8 million and no $100. Sorry about that. The note, to provide for the financing of all or a portion of the costs of acquisition, development, and construction of a completed and functioning industrial manufacturing facility for Firehawk Aerospace Incorporated, Firehawk, development project, the project, and to address potential timing differences for LEDA in project construction payments and receipt of grant funds for the project. All of the benefit of the city and pay costs of issuance related thereto, approving the award of the sale of said note on a negotiated basis, waiving competitive bidding in regard to the sale of said note, approving and authorizing execution and delivery of documents in connection therewith, and the taking of other action with respect thereto. Tim.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So about at 4 o'clock, our Lawton Industrial Development Authority met, and they voted to authorize incurring debt in the amount, like Mayor said, not to exceed $8 million for purposes of a bridge loan to assist LEDA with some financing with the Firehawk program. I have with me today Lynn Driver, our bond counsel from Norman, also Chris Gander from Bank of Oklahoma. They're here. Chris can talk about the financing part, and Lynn, if you want to come up and talk a little bit about the authorization council's doing tonight.
Good evening. Before you, you have a resolution for consideration of approving the Lawton Industrial Development Authority to issue its note to local banks on a drawdown letter of credit basis. So that means it will be drawn upon as it's needed. Then those proceeds, when it's drawn upon, will be loaned to the Lawton Economic Development Authority for their use in developing an industrial manufacturing facility for what is known as the Firehawk Project. This note is to be repaid from funds that Lawton Economic Development Authority has been awarded from the state of Oklahoma. It's a program that's administered through the Oklahoma Development Finance Authority. That's a public trust that the state of Oklahoma is its beneficiary. And they have a program where they collect certain payroll taxes in the area. In this case, I believe it's from Fort Sill. And they use those funds to award entities across the state for certain industrial projects in this case. And Lawton Economic Development Authority has been awarded $22 million out of this program. The money comes in, though, in stages. And so this loan is to help them go ahead and get started with the construction that needs to be done and front the money, so to speak. And then as the grant proceeds come into the Lawton Economic Development Authority, they will in turn provide those to the Lawton Industrial Development Authority, who will pay the note back to the bank. This is anticipated to be a short-term loan. It may be paid back within this year. I think the final maturity on the loan is 2029. So that's what is before you tonight, and to waive competitive bidding with regard to the sale of the note so that it can be placed. Chris Gander with Bank of Oklahoma is working with the local banks to be placed with the local banks here. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please, are we voting or calling the roll? Please vote. And motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Brings up item number 1, receive a report from Arts for All, Inc. regarding the Summer Arts Institute program. I think we might have a couple of speakers. We've got lots of speakers. Okay, we're ready when you are.
Good evening. I'm Joanne Connect, President of Arts for All, and standing here with me tonight are the volunteer members of the Arts for All Board. We come tonight to extend our sincere thank you for the assistance the City of Lawton, under your leadership, has offered to Arts for All. We had maintained an office in the bottom floor of Carnegie Library until about a year ago when the building was flooded. At that time, you generously offered us space here in City Hall for our executive director, and over the past year have beautifully renovated the Carnegie Library building. We are thrilled to say we have now moved home and are thrilled to see the beautiful historic building being utilized now for many arts functions and classes. We wish to extend a sincere personal thank you to you, Mayor Booker, the members of the City Council, City Manager John Ratliff, Max Hassine, and Jason Poudry with the Lawton Arts and Humanities for all your efforts in helping to maintain the activities of Arts for All. So now, moving forward, we wish to extend a special invitation to each of you to attend the Arts for All Festival on May 8th, 9th, and 10th at Shepler Park. We would like to invite each of you to attend the kickoff event of the festival, which is a soiree on Thursday evening, May the 8th, at the Farmers Market at 5:30 to recognize the sponsors and volunteers of the year. This annual festival is Arts for All's gift to the city. This year we have 80 artist tents, 19 food vendors, a children's tent, an esports tent, entertainment, and a wine garden. Hundreds of volunteers will be working the event to offer a wonderful family-oriented weekend. Here again, we thank the City of Lawton for helping to prepare Shepler Park for the festival. We truly, truly appreciate the support the City of Lawton has provided to Arts for All. Now, I would like to ask Rhonda Norrell to provide you with an update on another Arts for All project, the Summer Arts Institute, supported by Propel 2040. Thank you.
All right.
Can we pass them out?
So I want to thank the mayor and city council and John Ratliff, and especially Donna Lynn, for also helping to see that I get everything done right and timely. This is our 4th year for the Summer Arts Institute, and wow, so very, very excited. So I've got a slide for you all to kind of look through or take and look back at later on, but there's some things that I'd like to cover that are not in the presentation. Propel 2040 is what makes this a success. 4 years ago, the mayor called and said, "Can we do this?" And Arts for All said yes. So we've hit the ground running with that. As a result, we have had 4 wonderful years. We've grown. We've implemented new ideas. Each year we try to change our project just a little bit. This is what creativity and art does for our kids. When we expose the kids, we include an openness in their heart, their minds blow up with creativity, delinquencies decrease, graduation rates increase. We have less disciplinary actions in our schools by up to 45%. That number, looking at that data, is just phenomenal. That if we keep the kids busy with their hands and their minds, they don't get in trouble doing other things with their hands and minds that they shouldn't be doing. So we're successful because of the social skills that arts education does. We have less disciplinary actions, and even by having less disciplinary actions at this young age, criminal activity decreases dramatically. When they graduate from high school, they pursue careers, they pursue other investments, they become involved in our communities. This is what art teaches. So for the 2026 year, we're getting ready. We hit the ground in about 32 days on this new program for this year. Every year we change it, we implement new things, we come up with new opportunities, because what we're finding, which is the other part of what makes art success, is when we add new programs and we keep increasing things, we have children that have been in our program for 3 years. They want to come back for the 4th year. So we have to be creative on our end, and we have to offer new programs. One of the things that we do is we allow the teachers to develop what they want to teach. Several of you came through last year at Cleveland and at the Life Ready Center. I know you experienced the excitement. It was wow. I did not get to send you all the video of the mayor dancing with some students during music, but I couldn't figure out how to upload it. So, but next time we'll get it done. So the art curriculum for this year includes dance, painted sky operas coming in, we do hands-on creative art, we do the theater, we do screen printing, which is new for us this year. The kids are going to design a shirt in the next 30 days. We're going to print that shirt. They're going to have a shirt to wear at school and the last day of school. The teachers are going to have that shirt to wear. We're going to take them to the Trading Post and let them experience the past history, maybe making coffee or hot tea and cooking donuts. We're going to do music. Each year we try to add to and change our cultural experiences, and we change the hands-on experiences that they do. Why is our Children First initiative and arts important? Civic engagement, higher education rates, post-secondary attendance in schools. Many of the former arts students go, over 55% of them attend post-secondary schools into adulthood. They have academic gains. They do things. Their scores on SAT tests are 150 points higher. That's amazing for the kids to score higher on their standardized testing. Pictures of last year. On the left is some of the art that was created that the teachers designed the program. I had no idea what they were going to use shaving cream for or wax paper, and let me tell you, it was amazing to see what they could do. The picture on the right is the kids gathering in their t-shirts that they tie-dyed at Cleveland Elementary. Just the excitement and the joy that they do for school, and that they have fun, and they come up and they give us hugs. Thank you for doing this program. Another picture from last year, the children in the floor coming up with things. The teachers present a set of items for them to create with. Some of it is pretty led, but there's a lot of freedom to do their own creativity. The picture on the right, the slide over there, that was created through part of the robotics that some of the older 5th graders did up into middle school, did those. Some of it was done with 3D printing. It's amazing what they can do. Why is art an influencer? It's a release of energy. It's creative energy. It lets our mind create, and it's positive, and it opens a lifetime opportunity. The child in art, the influence and the successes. A child is like an empty paint board to paint on, and they themselves have the palette to create the art that they want to create. Here's some other statistics by data. The 45% reduction in school disciplinary action was very impressive to me. You can see that many of the youth go on and they volunteer in their communities. The youth development, it's proven that theater improves mental health. It keeps So many of our population that are in prison and in our jails have mental health issues. They haven't had the opportunity to expand their brains and do creative releases. So I want to thank you. The kids were so proud of doing this photograph last year. I expect us to have many more this year like this. I do want to invite you all. The last Thursday of June is open house at Cleveland and at Life Ready Center, and the kids love to show their art. Parents come, other family members come. It is just a true joy. What the city has done for this program in collaboration with the public schools is with, I call it kind of a seed money of $35,000 3 years ago. Now we're up to spending over $105,000 with what the city has given us, and we have the collaboration that matches that for us to give back to our children and our futures. Thank you.
So, Rhonda, before we give you guys a big round of applause, I want to remind everybody that when this started, it was the absolute most cost-effective thing we did. 60 cents an hour a child. I know it's more than that now, but you have about 1,000 kids, if I'm not mistaken. It's a great program, and this year you're expanding into some neighborhoods in July, to include more kids that unfortunately can't get to our June arts camp. So on behalf of the city, I want to say thank you to Arts for All. This is a great partnership. Lawton Public Schools, City of Lawton, Arts for All. The one thing I'd like to see is Don Lynn get you the Kids First logo, and I'd like to see that Kids First logo on more things like that thank you banner if we could. Let's give Arts for All a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got a video coming up. And item number 2 is recognition of Lawton Public Schools students participating in the annual cardboard boat race. And if those students and their sponsors would please make it to the front.
Today is our cardboard boat race, and we have to build a boat out of cardboard, and we use duct tape. We're attaching a triangle onto the front of our boat to help guide it through the water, and our captain is Cassidy Zapata.
When they check in, we give them their duct tape because they're not allowed to bring outside duct tape. That way we know how much duct tape is being used and which kind they're using. Everybody is on the same playing field. They all have the same kind of duct tape and the same amount. Then they get to start building at 9:30. They have so much time to build their boat. They turn in their engineering design process notebook. So that notebook is something they've been using throughout this last 6 weeks about how they built it, their planning, their team.
Tell me about your boat.
We're making it fast, durable, and pretty fast to tape.
For the bottom, there's 2 groups, and there's 2 people in each group, and one person's holding the tape and pulling it, and then you put it on the bottom of the boat, and then someone cuts it. When we're taping the boat, we need teamwork because not one person can tape the boat. We also need people to rip the tape or cut the tape. And we need people to turn the boat like we're doing right now.
They want to learn about the engineering design process, which is a great thing to have. It teaches how to make mistakes, try again, design, how to take notes, how to be a team player, and then also because it's fun.
So how's your boat going to do? You still confident? Are you going to make it all the way to the end?
they take away from this? A little bit of learning, a little bit of what is the surface area, how do things sink or float, what actually makes a boat, those type of things. But I also want them to take away how to be a team player, how to make mistakes and be okay with it, how to look like I was wrong and be okay with it, because that's how we learn. 1, 2, 3, Quinlan. 4, 5, 6, seconds.
All right, and Freedom Elementary is the big winner. Let's give them a round of applause. And I forgot the... Yes, is that on? I forgot my microphone. Okay. So I'm going to tell you, I had a great time going out to Fort Sill where they were holding the boat race this year, and I didn't get to see the boat race, but I was out there when they were making the boats, and it was so much fun to watch the kids. They'd already done all of their calculations to decide displacement on their side, on the size and weight that they were going to have. And so I thought it'd be neat to recognize them publicly for what they've done, because it was really cool, a lot of work, and I wish we'd had stuff like this when I was a kid, but I don't even know if they'd invented science back then, you know? So this certificate says Certificate of Recognition, in recognition of your participation in the Lawton Public Schools annual cardboard boat race. STEM skills like creativity, teamwork, engineering, and problem solving help build a better future. Your ideas, hard work, and determination show what's possible when you believe in yourself and work together. You have risen to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give them a big round of applause. Would you help me hand those out? Would you hand each to me? And then I'm also going to give everybody a I Love Lawton Fort Sill pin, and I've got a few more back here. I need one more. Can you hand me one more? Thank you. Okay, did everybody get a pen? Okay, we want to get a picture with everybody holding their certificate up, okay? Okay, did you have more kids? Okay. All right, let's stand here and get a picture. All right, let's give these boat engineers another big round of applause. Did one of y'all want to say anything?
Just thank you so much for recognizing STEM and how beneficial it is in our city and how much these kids can do and are capable of. Thank you for giving them the opportunity to do that in our community.
All right, thank you. One more round of applause. Thank you, kids. Thank you. Did you get hands for the kids? Okay.
So much. Sorry, you're good.
And that brings up item number 3, receive the Youth and Family Affairs Committee annual report for fiscal year 25-26. Bob, are you doing that? Yes, sir. Who's doing the Youth and Family Affairs Committee annual report? Yes, sir. All right, Josh, very good.
Howdy. My name is Joshua Hale, and this is Carl. We are the newest members of the YFAC committee, so this is our initiation, I think. So every year we're required to present a written report that you should already have that details the progress and outcomes for the programs we recommended for fiscal year 25-26. I'm just going to spend a few minutes, 2.5 minutes maybe, summarizing that report, and then Carl has a few things to say. The Youth and Family Affairs Committee is tasked with evaluating and recommending programs focused on addressing issues related to youth in the community with the goal of helping the city's at-risk youth develop life and career-enhancing skills, with the goal of helping them avoid the criminal justice system. During FY 25-26, the committee oversaw one program, the United Way Success by Six Family Empowerment Program. The council had approved $35,000 in funding for it, and this program is mainly community outreach and family education. They had two specific goals they named. One goal was to increase average school attendance by 10% and improve high school graduation rates by 5%. Their second goal was to reduce adverse childhood experience in underserved neighborhoods by providing parents with resources and supportive programming. To accomplish these goals, they had 4 community outreach events. They reached 378 youths in these events. The program also provided resources and community engagement at multiple other community events. The program also maintains and fills the free libraries located at the United Way, the City of Lawton Parks and Recreation Centers also. As far as the results, what they provided us, they indicated they had 15 participants under the age of 18 in the Worklahoma Job Community Resource Fair. They also had 21 youth engaged in mentoring relationships with community leaders through Junior Leadership Lawton. Their other goal of increased attendance and graduation rates, they did not have quantifiable information for that at this time. According to the report they provided, WIFAC believes the program is effectively advancing strategies recognized to reduce juvenile crime through activities such as educational resources, mentorship opportunities, and strengthened family support. That concludes my 2.5 minutes. Here's Carl to tell you a couple of other things.
Evening. I'll keep this brief. In our program, we have already approved two programs for funding. Also, just to let you guys know that we do take it seriously, that we don't just go over the applications. We also do on-site visits where we go to the sites, we talk to the staff, we talk to the leaders, we look at what they do, their process, how they interact with the kids, exactly what they do. We're also currently revising our application and our scoring rubrics to better reflect our mission focus for the at-risk youth, and we hope to continue the program to reduce crime and to better the lives of our at-risk youth. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions? All right, thank you guys for what you do. And I want to say thank you for being involved. And Bob, thank you for engaging the young people. And the definition of young is younger than me, right? Now it's time for our True North Award recipient, John.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I'd like to have Mincy Beamsterfer to come on down. And Mincy is our True North Award recipient of the month. And I'm also going to ask the Deputy City Attorney, Tim Wilson, to come up as well. Mincy is our claims investigator in the Office of the City Attorney, and she's been there she's been with the city for 20 years, excuse me. And she started out in the Municipal Prosecutor's Office, and then she transitioned to the claims investigator position. And in that position, when we get a claim, when a citizen files a claim against the city, Mincy is the one that goes out, she investigates the claim, and then she makes a determination and makes a recommendation to an attorney as to whether or not the claim is meritorious. Now, I'll tell you, having been in the city attorney's office for a couple of years before I moved to the city manager's position, Mincy is not one to just look at some paperwork and make a decision. I can't tell you how many times that I saw Mincy go out with rain boots on for like sewer backup and stormwater backup claims, really get into the investigation, really look at all of the facts, give the citizen the benefit of the doubt, because that was always her going in position. And so Mincy is retiring a little later this year, and we wanted to recognize her going out the door. I know that Tim has been her supervisor all of those years, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to say anything if you wanted to.
So thank you, John, and we are very proud of Mincy to have her in our office for 20 years. It seems like just yesterday she started, and she's progressed very well in our office. She obtained her paralegal certification while in our office, And that's a very high achievement. To do that, you have to test and show that you understand various elements of the law to get that. And so we're very proud that we have a high number of paralegals in our office. Mitzi has done a tremendous job, like John says. She investigates our tort claims. She is the first line of defense to the council, I'd say, to make sure before we give a recommendation, is that recommendation to pay or not pay the claim? We're stewards of the city's money. She is that, to make sure we're doing the right thing. And like I said, we're very proud of her. She does an outstanding job, and we want to thank you, Missy, for your service with the city. And I think your husband's here too, right? You want to invite him up? You're welcome to.
Matt, do you want to come on up? Come on up, Matt. So please give Mincy a round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Mincy, and congratulations as well. And now that brings us up to the Clean Sweep Award. If the Annabelle Carter Memorial Foundation folks would please come forward. Thank you. Most of you don't know, but during COVID, we had young Test, okay. During COVID, we had a young lady named Annabelle Carter that passed away. And I think she might have been the very first in our city. She was 12 years old, as I recall it. And the first in the state. And how old was she? Yeah. She was 13 years old. And my heart goes out to you, as it did then. But I think it's awesome that you've done something to memorialize her and that you've turned it into service. I know she would be so proud. And the Clean Sweep Award is given, I mean, it's how we keep the town clean. And I'm going to tell you, over the past, I'm going to say 4 years ago for sure, we were having a tremendous problem with litter around town. There's still a problem, but it's so much better and manageable because of groups like the Annabelle Carter Memorial Foundation. And so once a month we recognize one of those groups for helping us keep the community clean. And the Clean Sweep Award, proudly presented to the Annabelle Carter Memorial Foundation. This special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates their dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all of our residents. Let's give them a big round of applause. All right, thank you guys. Oh, we got that.
It's not totally without, we put it up so that we could advertise for our foundation. Our foundation gives $7,500 worth of educational and arts scholarships because Anna was a very big, she was big into dancing and theater. And so we give $500 a year to South Star Dance Academy to sponsor Emily South gives another $500 with our scholarship to sponsor a child to dance all year for no cost. And we also give 2 scholarships to the band and choir students at Cache High School. So if you guys are ever, get the urge to donate to a worthwhile cause, ours is small, and we also give 3 national scholarships as well to students that kind of fit her mold. So you can look us up, Annabelle Gardner.
Okay, and here's a couple I love Fort Sill pins, and we love you guys. Let's give them another round of applause. Okay, now we have a proclamation for Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. Who is here from the autism? Please come on down. Bring everybody. We like big groups. And so tell me who you guys are with.
We're with Trinity Autism and Behavior Services.
All right, very good. So whereas autism affects an estimated 1 in 31 children and 1 in 45 adults, and presents uniquely in each individual, resulting in a wide range of strengths, talents, and challenges. Whereas autism can impact verbal and nonverbal communication, social interaction, and behavior, and affects individuals of every age, race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic background. Whereas autism is often accompanied by co-occurring medical conditions that can impact an individual's quality of life and require ongoing care and support. Whereas a comprehensive and collaborative approach to autism supports continued research, strengthens advocacy, and ensures access to critical services and resources for individuals and families throughout their lifespan. Early diagnosis and individualized intervention can lead to meaningful, lifelong benefits, helping individuals with autism reach their fullest potential and supporting successful transitions into adulthood. Every individual and family affected by autism deserves access to reliable information, compassionate support, and meaningful opportunities to thrive and fully participate in their communities. Organizations such as Trinity Autism and Behavioral Center provide exceptional care, advocacy, and support services, making a profound difference in the lives of individuals with autism and families while strengthening our community through education, empowerment, and inclusion. The City of Lawton is proud to participate in the annual observance of Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, recognizing the diverse needs and valuable considerations of autistic individuals and their families. I do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 is Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. So let's give these folks. You want to say anything?
It's a bad idea. We're just thankful. We've been in the community about 4 years, and we've had a lot of support from the medical community, especially, who keeps our referral list very long and our waiting list even longer, or maybe not, but they're both pretty long. And just really proud of these ladies who do the work every day. We finally got one guy on staff, but he couldn't make it tonight. Just really seeing a lot of progress with our families. We really work Trinity because we believe it involves the learner, the agency, and the family. And our families are great, and they really work with us to make improvements so that our kiddos can participate in life. So, anybody else? Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We know that to do your job takes a lot of love, and we thank you for having that love. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, next up is air quality awareness, and who's receiving that? All right. How are you? Hope, right? Okay. Well, Hope, air quality awareness. Whereas summer months bring a higher incidence of days when ozone pollution levels pose a risk to people and the environment. Children, people with lung disease, older adults, people with heart disease are more vulnerable to outdoor pollution. Emissions from mobile sources, such as automobiles and lawn equipment, account for over 50% of air pollution in the United States. Whereas utilizing the Air Quality Index to characterize the quality of the air in a simple way to create public awareness and protect the health of our community. The City of Lawton is committed to improving air quality through several initiatives, including but not limited to enhancing traffic signal timing. We got to work on that one. To reduce congestion and emissions, having a city vehicle no idle policy, close the utility payment drive-through window, and offering half-price fares for Lawton area transit system to encourage public transportation on poor air quality days. Whereas the City of Lawton, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality are working together to encourage Americans to utilize the Air Quality Index, understand what causes poor air quality, and take action to improve the overall outdoor air quality. I do hereby proclaim the week of May 4 through May 8, 2026 as Air Quality Awareness Week in Lawton Fort Sill, and encourage all citizens to give full consideration thereof. Let's appreciate Hope, and we're going to let her talk and tell how she does everything. Go get and give her a big round of applause. Okay, tell us what you do to keep our air clean.
The National Air Quality Awareness Week campaign has been recognized since 1999 and is held each year during the first full week of May to raise awareness before ozone and wildfire season, which is typically seen through May through September. The City of Lawton, as mentioned, supports this effort by reducing emissions on air alert days. Air alert days are when the air quality index is expected to exceed 150 on their index. And these efforts are supported by, as the mayor has said, pausing city mowing on these days, closing the utility drive-through so cars aren't idling, and offering half-price fares on the Lawton area transit system to encourage public transportation, while also working year-round to try and improve traffic flow through the city, especially currently happening on Gore Boulevard. City of Lawton residents are encouraged to check daily conditions on airnow.com and take action when air quality index is expected to exceed 100 for sensitive groups.
All right, let's give her another round of applause. Hold on. And I joke a little bit there about improving traffic flow, but we are doing that, and the parts are ordered that will improve traffic flow 25 out of 27, I don't remember exactly, on Gore Boulevard. So we're excited about that, and we're not going to stop there. Give Hope one more round of applause for all she does. Is CASA here? Court-appointed special advocates. Who's here from CASA? Who's here from CASA? Come on down. This is Jamal. Do y'all recognize him? I adopted Jamal probably 4 or 5 years ago. Would you hold Jamal for me? Be careful, he's fragile. So this is actually a fundraiser. And so when you sponsor Jamal, they have other kids. And you get to put Jamal in your office or your house or wherever you want to put Jamal, or whoever. You can't have Jamal, he's mine. But you can adopt somebody, and it's a way that they raise money. Now I'm going to read this proclamation, and what we don't learn from this proclamation, somebody's going to tell us about CASA, the Court-Appointed Special Advocates. Whereas child abuse and neglect are serious issues that affect every segment of our community, and addressing them requires collective commitment, vigilance, and involvement of all citizens. Whereas in Comanche County alone, hundreds of children are currently in state care due to abuse or neglect, each one deserving safety, stability, come on down, Cindy, and a voice in court. Whereas CASA, Coin Appointed Special Advocates of Southwest Oklahoma, provides trained and dedicated volunteers who advocate for the best interests of children involved in the child welfare system. Whereas as of March 1, 2026, 284 children across the 7 counties served are in the custody of the Oklahoma Department of Human Services, including 172 in Comanche County alone. And currently, CASA is able to serve only 20 of those children in Comanche County, representing 12 families. Excuse me. Highlighting a critical need for additional advocates to ensure every child has a voice, a champion, and the opportunity for a safe and stable future. Preventing child abuse is a shared responsibility. And through increased awareness, education, and community engagement, we can strengthen families, support survivors, and help ensure that all children grow up in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. I do hereby proclaim the month of April Child Abuse Prevention Month and urge all citizens to recognize this month by learning more about child abuse prevention and by supporting the mission of CASA of Southwest Oklahoma to provide a voice for every child in need. Citizens are further encouraged to get involved through volunteering, donations, and community advocacy. Cindy, come on down here. And I'm a little bit worried that I didn't pay my annual adoption fee and that Cindy's gonna give me, did I pay? Oh, no. Okay, well, let's take pictures and pretend I did and what? He's right here. Yeah, let's take a picture. She's gonna beat me up. Okay, now, don't beat me up too bad for not paying my annual adoption fee, but tell us about adopting a child. Tell us a little bit, CASA. This is very important thing that you guys do.
It is. So, CASA of Southwest Oklahoma, as Stan said, that we can serve as many children as the system need be. But it takes our community volunteers, because that's what we are. We're a group of community volunteers that donate their time to be trained to be able to do this work for appointment in court. And so everybody here, with the exception of, there's Tekla, Leah, and myself, but everybody else is an actual volunteer. Everybody has a case, and they dedicate themselves to following those children from the time of appointment till the time that they reach permanency, which is adoption, guardianship, or aging out. We have some children who do actually age out of the system. And so they take their time, their money, they travel. We have children placed in 19 of the 77 Oklahoma counties. They travel as far as they need be to visit their children, to be able to advocate for best interest. And they are remarkable for the time that they give. I can pick up the phone. Leah Smallwood is our advocate supervisor. We can pick up the phone and they are there. This is not the first thing they've done today. They actually had a training earlier. So we have all been, it's been a busy day, so they still show up when we call to do things like this. But we need community volunteers. We need people to do this. This is not easy work by nature of what we hear and see. It's frustrating. The system doesn't always work in support of our children, but it takes a special heart to be able to do this. As you well know, you got emotional. I get emotional talking about it too, because I think that every child deserves a voice and somebody to be in their corner to just articulate what they want, you know? I mean, our system is an adult system. It's not a child-friendly system. The system's not designed to raise children. So it needs people like these people to provide a voice to that. So,
folks, let's show them elementary. Thank you guys so much. God bless you. Okay. That brings up reports by the mayor, city council, city manager. We're going to start with the colonel. Good to see you, Colonel. And I enjoyed the Garrison Ball last Friday night. Thank you.
Sir, we definitely enjoyed your presence as well. Thank you for your support, and thank you for the support of this great city, our military members. So we're closing out. I mean, I think it's fitting that we just had this presentation here because we are closing out April, which is the month of the military child. And we had a number of events throughout the month recognizing the sacrifices of our children, of our military members, because they go through things just as much as we do. And as a military child myself, this month was special for me to be able to lead the installation in establishing events and showing support for our military children. As we move into May, getting ready into June, we are ramping up and getting really hot and heavy into the final preparations for the Freedom Fest, which is going to be on the 27th of June, and that is going to be celebrating and commemorating our nation's 250th birthday. It's going to be a great event. Here in the coming days and weeks, you're going to start seeing more public-facing communication by, myself, the Sergeant Major, Brigadier General Costello, advertising the event. We're working with our public affairs across all the communication platforms to make sure we socialize this to the public. It's going to be a wonderful event on Polo Field on Fort Sill, open to everyone, so it's going to be a great time. Appreciate all being here. My replacement, Colonel John Morgan, will be here next week, and then we'll have about a week of interlap between us two. And it'll be good, and he will be taking over officially on the 14th of May. I'll fly back to San Antonio, send off all of my 2,000 pounds worth of stuff in my apartment, and I'll be making my way to Germany at the end of May. So it's been a pleasure working with you all. I think this will be my last city council, and the few that I've attended, it's been an absolute joy to work with you all. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. We've enjoyed working with you as well. It's been a real blessing. Thank you. And I hope to get with you before you leave. Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to mention the farmer's market because there's an important thing that you need to know, because some people on the dais will get there and buy everything and you won't get a chance. So if you get there really early, there's a place where you can buy some jalapeno cheddar bread. And it is really good. But you probably want to get there about 8:30, 8:45, because that'll give me time to get there.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
I'd like to mention this coming Friday and Saturday, May 1st, May 2nd. We'll be painting homes in the Lawton View area. So just making sure we beautifying that area more. And this throughout Ward 7 altogether. That's all I have. Oh, no, I have one other thing, excuse me. Don't forget, next month, May the 10th, Mother's Day. Whether you're a godmother, biological mother, adopted mother, church mother, whatever, don't you all forget about the mothers. And I just like to say early Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Thank you, and Mr. Wiegert.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I've sat here and listened this evening in our presentations and how blessed we are as a community to see adults that make investments into tomorrow's future, our children. And Mayor, I think we're one blessed community to be a part of something
Amen.
like that.
Amen. Thank you. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Randy, you didn't, did you? No, the more farmers market announcements, the better. Either you like sweet potato pie or you like pumpkin pie. And some of you like both. My mother likes the sweet potato pie, which I picked up. I did get some Parmesan and garlic. You need to try that bread. That is delicious. Smoked butter. You ever had smoked butter? Delicious on everything. And, of course, meeting other fellow Lawtonians. One other thing, the farmers market is got a fundraiser coming on, their yearly fundraiser, only fundraiser, and it's a golf tournament that's going to be at the Lawton Country Club at 12 p.m. shotgun start on Monday, the 18th of May, which is about 3 months away. Thank you, Mayor.
And Ms. Demery. Ms. Demery.
Good evening, everyone. The common theme here today has been the children. So everything that we're doing it for generations to come. We're not just thinking about ourselves. We're thinking about those who follow us. So keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that there's so many volunteer opportunities around the city for us to give back. Also on 2nd May, the VFW is sponsoring a wellness fair at the Lawton Fort Sill Veterans Center on Flower Mound Road from 8 to 11. It's a 5K run walk. So come out, get some exercise. Registration starts at 6:30. I hope to see some of you out there. You still a runner, John? Okay, well, I hope to see you out there on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. In Ward 3, 2 events last week. It was my pleasure and honor to be able to attend the McMahon Foundation's support of Cameron University and making the School of Business a named school. If you haven't been in higher education, it's hard to understand, but trust me, that is a huge, huge thing for this community and that university. And I was very proud to be able to be a part of that. Also on Friday at Fire Station number 5 will be the dedication of the new baby safe haven. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Epps.
I just want to say that I like both sweet potato and pumpkin pie. So I'll need to make a special trip because Victoria's not going to make that for me, but I will be there and purchase a couple. Hey, this week has been, for me, a phenomenal week, probably this past week or two, probably one of the best since I've been on city council, and it's because I was able to go out and meet with constituents in person and talk through some of their concerns, and some of those things we're going to, try to work through going forward, because some of them are pretty complex, others were easy to address. But for me, it was very fulfilling, so I encourage others within Ward 2, hey, shoot me an email, and we can have a cup of tea or something, coffee, and see how we can address things. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Hooton.
Yeah, I had the absolute pleasure of being around someone this past week who, tying in with the theme of children, and but anyway, this lady is named Kathy Banks. Many of you probably know her. She's an accomplished lady herself, and she actually spoke, was the featured speaker last weekend at Leadership Oklahoma up in Tulsa. And but the story really is about her son, and I think it's her grandson. But anyway, this is a kid who had a horrible start in life, and Kathy and her husband Monroe kind of took over and it shows you what can happen, and some of the exposure to music and to the arts, comes into play too. But anyway, Sean Berry is his name. He was just voted in the last week or two, Mr. Black OSU. He's a junior computer engineering student there on the honor roll, of course, and to tie into Arts for All, and this kind of makes me cry almost. His talent for the show, I mean, they give a speech for the contest, but his talent for the show was playing Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven, and I'm not quite there with that as far as being able to match that, and not many people are. So anyway, congratulations to Kathy and her husband, and the kid who comes from just our area right here. He's one of us. All right, congratulations.
Thank you so much. And that moves us on to the consent agenda.
Mayor, I've got
I'm
a few
sorry.
comments. That's okay. Don't forget this Saturday is the trash off. That's from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. McMahon Auditorium Authority parking lot. So just bring your water bill or some form of identification with the lot and address on it, and then you can drop off your trash, whatever you have, for free. So this is for those items that we can't typically throw away, like tires, paint, things of that nature. But if you want to bring your regular trash, we'll take that too. So that's this Saturday. Yes, Miss Alberti, it's open for you too. At McMahon Auditorium Authority in the parking lot from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Also, we've got, the Colonel talked about Freedom Fest coming up. We also have the Armed Forces Day Parade coming up on May 14th. I think that's still on track, so we're looking forward to that event. And then the last thing I have is there's been a recent uptick of dog attacks in the community. So if your dog is out, please put it on a leash, make sure it's an enclosed area. We had a 13-year-old young lady recently that was attacked by several dogs at a bus stop and was pretty badly injured. Very preventable attack. Thank you, Caitlin. And so just please be aware of that and make sure that your dog is not running free. And then correction on the Armed Forces Day Parade, that's May 16th, not May 14th. Thank you, Caitlin. That's all I have, Mayor.
I'm sorry I skipped you. Consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we're pulling item 12, 13, and 27 for further discussion. Do any council members have something that needs to be pulled besides 12, 13, and 27? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items 12, 13, and 27.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. And that brings up item 12. Consider approving a resolution terminating the lease agreement between the City of Lawton, the Lawton Water Authority, and the Board of Commissioners of Comanche County regarding Archleger Park, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute any necessary documents. Kelvin.
A good afternoon, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Kelvin Ingram, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. Again, as you just read there, sir, on July 2016, the City of Lawton, in conjunction with the Lawton Water Authority, a lease agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Comanche County. The purpose of this lease agreement was that the county provide the use of the ball fields in the area of 17th and G, right behind the bus barn and here located in the vicinity of our city. In exchange, the city would provide free of charge treated water and use of ordinary operations for the Great Plains Coliseum and the Comanche County Health Department. Again, at the most recent Lawton Youth Sports Trust Authority meeting, it was determined on April 9th of 2026 that the authority determined we don't need the use of Archleger Park and is no longer required. This lease is set to expire in June 30th of 2026, which makes it the 10 years, quite natural. Again, what we've been doing as a city is maintaining this park through our Parks and Recs with maintenance of its field, repairs, what have you on that park there. Lawton Youth Sports and Trust Authorities also used it in conjunction with that, but they have no other further use of it as well. There's no further equipment there at this time that needs any special attention. We've still been maintaining it, still on our natural, on our reoccurring schedule at this time, so it's not overgrown or it's not any other, needing any other dire attention. So we just don't need, our recommended action, Mayor, Council, is to approve a resolution for the lease agreement between the City of Lawton, Lawton Water Authority, and the Board of Commissioners of Comanche County regarding Oschlager Park, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute as any necessary documents. Subject to your questions and comments, sir.
Thank you. And we do have one citizen that wants to speak on this, but I'm going to ask a question. I think Mr. Hampton's got questions. We're going to hold our comments till the citizen speaks.
Yes, sir.
But my question, I get that the Youth Sports Authority doesn't need it. They're in charge of games. But kids practice all over the city, wherever there are backstops. Most of the time, there may be a backstop that's not provided by the city, but most of the time they're provided by the city. And I'm not aware of any place in that section line. On the south is Lee Boulevard, on the north is Gore, on the east is 11th, on the west is Sheridan. And you have a lot of underprivileged children living in that area, and I'm not aware of where they're going to practice baseball and football, because it's used extensively for football practice as well, without crossing a main road. Are there other backstops where kids are going to be practicing ball?
Now, they can still use that park, but there are other various parks in and around that area within the city. Exact locations I don't have at this time, but there are various parks around there. Do they need some attention? Yes. We do have a few, such as, War Acres? I know that's on the other side. That's been taking some garnered interest with
So
private citizens.
limit your discussions to that square mile.
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any backstops in that area? Because I'm not aware of any.
None
Okay.
tangibly.
Okay.
Mayor, can I add something here? Mr. Henry and I had this conversation earlier this week. So the Lawton Youth Sports Authority has never used Oshla, and correct me if I get it wrong, Brian, but from what I understand based on our conversation, you guys have never used Oschlager Park as a formal practice area. Now, it's used informally, and as long as the county is willing, it can continue to be used informally, but the Youth Sports Authority has never used it as a sanctioned practice location. Is that correct, sir?
That is, and I could have said that back there, but I think it's worth noting. We don't schedule practices for any outdoor sports for any parks, right?
Do you sanction practice fields?
No, not outdoor.
Okay, so you're not involved in practice. You're involved in games.
Not at this time, unless, now, there's a caveat to that. We do rent out McMahon Fields on 38th Street and East Side, now known as Lawton Fort Sill Sports Park. They're under lock and key. Somebody calls, sets an appointment with Will, we lease it out for the hour, hour and a half, go unlock it, practice is over, we go back, lock it out. Aside from that, we don't sanction schedule any practice anywhere else, other than those two areas that we
And
control.
are those two places that the Youth Sports Authority schedules games? And is that why you schedule practices, because you're scheduling games at that location?
We do operate games there, yes. So we would only schedule practices or rent fields out when games aren't scheduled. Most of the time, that's going to be weekends, Saturdays, Fridays.
Sure, I get it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Mayor. I saw this in the paper. I've had several discussions with some of my Ward 5 constituents. One of them is on the sports. Yeah.
Park and Rec Commission, okay.
Yeah. My Ward 5 representative there. I took an honest look at it, and this really isn't about Allen Hampton. This is about a representation of a ward. Just very quickly, Ward 5 does not have any big houses, wealthy people. There's a few houses over in Old Town North, but the majority of my ward is not a ward with a lot of families that have money, and many of them are economically challenged, and I stand up for them. I saw a picture of Jim Thorpe in some ragged clothes when he won his golds at the Olympics, and one of the things that I noticed there, maybe many of you didn't, he had two different shoes on, one brown and one white. I'm from a family of 7. Sometimes we got toys that were delivered to our house that were broken and whatnot. And I relate to some of the people that I am actually a representative of. I respect and think it's fantastic, the sports facility that we're building. I think it's fantastic. But at the same time, I have families that can't even pay for their water. They have children. They maybe can't even buy baseball gloves or sports equipment, but they want to get out there and play, and they got to play somewhere. Now, I can understand a lot. I mean, Randy's got the Thunder over there. That's fantastic, I think, too. I paid money out of my ward fund, probably about $8,000 to put together a park on I Avenue that had pickleball, some basketball courts, and some other things where kids in my neighborhood go and play, and it stays very, very active over there. I have pictures on my phone where I've driven by Oscillator Park and families are over there playing baseball and playing football. Some of those people that I talk to play football over there. I respect the fact that other people, that we all are from different economic groups and in different areas, but at the same time, I have to admonish, just like I did with those wading pools that are in my ward. There are people in my ward that cannot afford even utilities, that are living in those houses. I cannot turn my eye away from them if one of them wants to go over to that park and wants to play ball by himself. And I do think that we as citizens must remember that there are people that don't have what you have. I have to remember myself, me and my wife. So I just want to kind of put that out there. I'm not against not having a lease with the county. You know, some people have said to me, well, maybe the county will just have that over there, but I have been around enough to know how much money the county has, and the county doesn't have a lot of money. So I want to say that, for the record, in front of all my other council members and from all the citizens in Lawton, that it is very important to understand that that field is in use, that field is being used by families that are underprivileged, and that family, those fields are important to them. I'm going to leave it with this. There are some people that I did talk to that remember some famous sports figures that have actually played on that field that are big-time sports celebrities. And there are people here in Lawton that are very fond of their memories of playing on those fields. Which is a kind of a historical thing. You can go around and start tearing down everything, but I think that at some point it's important that we know that and remember where we came from, and we also remember the poor. Thank you, Mayor.
Mark Henry, you want to come up and address council? And I've got your address and phone here, so. Do need limit it to 3 minutes, by the way.
Well, that may not happen because you already put me on the spot. So, You know, I really wasn't planning on speaking tonight because I sent an email to each and every one of you and asked that you'd read it. I got too many friends on the council and as well as administration staff for the city. But, you know, my issue is, once again, I'm been in Lawton since 1964. Actually had the opportunity to play at Oschlager Park and in my elementary days. Matter of fact, Bishop School beat us there 1-0 in 1966, and I still swear I was safe at second base for that time run, and I'll believe that to this day. But anyway, so when this came about, I guess the frustrating part for me, and I have nothing to do with the county, and I have nothing to do with the city except my love for this county and my love for this city, is, you know, this lease has probably been in effect for, 40, 50 years, that we go back with the city. I think the city, as well as maybe the sports authority, knew they were not going to use this facility for over a year. And then my problem is that in the 11th hour, they're being told that we're going to hand this back to the county with no discussion, no communication of, okay, what do we do with the backstops? What do we do with the dugouts? What do we do with the old concession stands that are ratty, have holes in them, everything else? So the issue would be, I'm asking the council to look at, I would like to see them to go in and redo this lease for a year, to put together a plan. So I think the city and the council can work together. Trust me, I know what it takes to mow that facility. It's a huge facility, but I think the county may possibly have a use for a footprint, but whether it's a 40-60 use, a 70-25 use, or whatever, the main thing about that park, it is being used for low-income families that have kids that are playing Little League sports, and it's really the only place for them to go. They ride their bicycles there. A lot of times their parents are not going to take them to practice. So again, that facility's been around for a long time. My frustration is this has been in the works for quite some time, that it had no use. But did we do an evaluation? Did we do an impact study on how this is going to affect the kids and those families that have been using that park for many, many years? So all I'm asking for is to reconsider what's going on here. Give the city and the county a chance to work together. Let's come up with a plan. I don't think it's fair for the city to say, you take it back. If you want to tear all that down, that's your problem. Okay, well, let's be good stewards of the land. Let's be good stewards of the facility and figure out what we're going to do. Anyway, again, you got one coming. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I appreciate you putting me on the spot. Thanks.
I like putting you on the spot. Now, Council, I think what we need to do, because I've talked to all three commissioners, and I think there's challenges here, but I think there's challenges on our end because, I mean, we're saying we're about kids first, and I do not know of anywhere in that section where there are backstops owned by the city. There are some backstops at the old Roosevelt School, but they're not kept up, and there's holes around the practice field. I think we need to probably send the notice. I think we probably need to send a notice that we don't intend to renew the 10-year lease and that we want to work with the county to figure out a way to start phasing out at least part of it. And that will give us some time, and I'm sure the county will work with us in that regard, but I feel like we need to do more than just say, we're giving it back. And I think it's a problem with the county. I think it's a problem with the kids. And I think it's a problem with the Kids First Initiative. So unless the lawyer objects to what I'm suggesting, I'd like a motion to send a letter to the county that we desire to not renew the lease for 10 years and to work together for a way forward that's mutually beneficial for not only the kids, but the city of Lawton and the county. Do you have a problem with that?
Mayor, can I make an alternate suggestion that you direct me to discuss this with the county and figure out an equitable way forward?
So I think I want to stick with my suggestion. Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, I would like to make that motion. I'd like to make a friendly amendment, and that's that the mayor actually be the one that worked with the county, if you would choose to do that.
I'll be happy to work with the staff.
Okay, the staff
If
is
you'll
fine with
accept
me.
that.
The
Does
staff is fine
everybody
with me.
understand the motion? And we need a second if you so desire. Second for Mr. Hooton. Discussion. Please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, motion carries 8-0. Thank you, guys. Item 13, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2025, by implementing an approximate 15% increase to applicable fees and charges as set forth in Exhibit A of the resolution, as previously approved for implementation by the Lawton City Council on March 24, 2026, correcting and standardizing formatting within Appendix A, providing that adjusted fees shall be rounded to the nearest 5-cent increment, excluding fees collected through the water bill, statutory fees established by state law, and any fees not specifically identified for increase in Exhibit A, and establish an effective date. Dwayne.
Yes, sir. Mayor, Council, you recall back in March, we brought the proposal to increase the fees across the board. Council approved that recommendation and directed staff to bring back the resolution. That's what you have before you here today. My understanding that there may be consideration as far as when the effective date would be. The original motion was to make it concurrent with the new budget.
So what is your recommended action?
Recommended action would be to approve the resolution, but it's my understanding there may be consideration given to changing the effective date to more immediate.
Mayor,
Yes.
that would be what, my intent was to pull it if somebody else hadn't already. Whenever I made that motion, it never occurred to me that basically by not putting a date certain in, which would be prior to the budget, we would actually start fees at one place, and then when the season starts in things like boating and recreation and things like that, then we would bump them up. If we make it effective on passage, then it starts now, and we don't have to bump it up in the middle of the season.
So are you making a motion, pass that effective immediately?
Make this same resolution motion effective immediately.
Is there a second? City Manager.
Mayor, I would just ask for a slight modification of that, maybe effective May 1st. Give us a little bit of time to react before, because immediate's pretty fast.
You mean you don't have it done already?
Are you okay with that
That's
amendment?
fine.
Okay, the motion is to pass the resolution effective May 1. Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Discussion.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I know this was said for the citizens' sake. This does not include the utility bill, which is the water bill, as well as all the others. Just for clarification for the citizen, these are all user fees, correct?
That is correct.
No water bill increase.
Nothing on the
user
water
fees.
bill.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Mr. Epps?
Can you just, if you can, just go over why 15% across the board, the necessity of that?
Yeah, so we haven't had an increase for,
I think, going on 5 years. So we reviewed the CPI, which by policy, we're supposed to be providing that or proposing that on an annual basis. None of those increases occurred over the last 4 to 5 years. So we went back, and that's a cumulative increase over that period of time, and that's where the 15% came from.
Mr. Ipps, we did pass this probably a month ago, and they were directed to bring back the resolution to make it official. So this is not different than what we did about a month ago, and does not include the utility bill, okay? Any further discussion? Ms. Williams, are you wanting to speak?
Yes. Okay, let me make sure I'm clear on this. Only difference that is being made is a date, because council voted in March already to increase, well, I didn't vote to increase it. I'm just saying some of the other council members voted to increase it. So the only thing we're voting on tonight is actually a date.
This is the resolution that implements your direction to do the 15% increase with the change from the date of the new budget to May the 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Hooton.
Yeah, just a quick question, Dwayne. A couple of weeks ago, we decided there's some fee changes for the swimming area.
Those are noted in this document. Yep.
Those and a couple of other areas too. So that's taken care of, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-1. Okay, we're going to deal with item 27 and 45 together. Item 27 and 45 together. Item 27 is consider accepting the recommendation of the Library Tomorrow Council Committee to proceed with the Lawton Public Library ceiling renovation project EN 2201 and authorize staff to bid. Item 45 is receive a recommendation from the Library of Tomorrow Committee to conduct a study assessment of the overall condition of the existing Lawton Public Library building, and if desired, direct staff to identify a funding source and bring the matter back to council for approval. Mike Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item, the lighting improvement project, plans are complete for that, obviously. That project will be the second recent project to, along with the lobby and restrooms, which were renovated in 2020. This would be the second project to do major upgrades and improvements and updates to the facility to include architectural ceilings, improvements and repairs to the mechanical system, new updated lighting to include LED fixtures, and sprinkler system, fire protection system. Recommended action is to approve.
Yes, was there an environmental study when they did the analysis of this, to do the lights and the ceiling and et cetera? The question is, and it's kind of an elephant in everyone's room, was there asbestos there? Is there any worry about that in the roof?
I don't believe. Go ahead.
I can answer that. At this very moment, I can't remember the date, but we did hire a person to do the study to look for asbestos and other things, and it was notated in that report. There is asbestos in the meeting room floor, and we have a $25,000 plan to pour over that floor, because with asbestos you don't have to, if you encapsulate it, you can just leave it there on the floor. So he went up into the ceiling and through lots of places in that building, because we wanted to know what we were dealing with before we remodeled the restrooms. So identified that that was the only hot spot in the building. There's a pretty large document where he took pictures and did a lot of testing. But there is asbestos in those meeting room floor tiles underneath.
Okay,
And we have a plan to pour over.
Who is he? You said he?
The ASCOG out of Duncan had a guy on staff that we hired back before 2020, and he's done it for other city buildings. I'm pretty sure he's retired at this point. I don't have the study in front of me, but it's.
Yeah. Do any of the engineers involved, are you aware of that environmental study?
You've seen it. But
Scott Vaughn, Chisholm Truck Consulting, working on behalf of Engineering Department. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, sir, I have seen that study, but as with Kristen, it's been a while since I've looked at it. But we had no concerns with asbestos going forward with this project as a result of that information that we had. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think the real thing, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hooten, I think. Go ahead.
That answered the question. I just wanted to be sure that was put on the table.
Yes, sir.
We knew that there's nothing hidden up there
As far as we know, yes, sir.
to
that's correct.
exacerbate the cost of this. Okay,
Based on that study, that's correct, yes.
thank you. Thank you.
So the concern I have on this is if we move forward with the ceiling and then we agree to assess the building, are they going to find something above the ceiling that we just put in? Does that make sense?
I understand there's always a possibility that the roof, for instance, the original roof might have it. But again, as Kristen pointed out, if you encapsulate it and don't remove it, there's no harm, no foul.
So is the engineer recommendation to go ahead and replace the ceiling effective now and initiate the study of a building assessment, and then after we get that, initiate the roof, the ceiling?
Well, not having been privy to the committee's discussions, I'm not sure I can completely answer that, but I can say that, the study was completed in '22 for this ceiling project, the ceiling renovation project, and we did go through the proper steps at that time to get to the point where we had the design developed. And based on that information, I'd say yes, sir, my recommendation would be to move forward. As far as what the committee is after, I'm sorry, I'm just not privy to all the discussions they've had.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to make these severable items. First of all, item 45 was designed, but there is a study in the deep packet that's some $65,000 to complete some study. That is not at all what the committee asked for. That's not what we want. So I can tell you they're severable. If you've got a design package and everything done for your ceiling fire suppression project and you've done an assessment that we're not going to run into the uglies of asbestos and mold, you've already addressed that, then I think that's the severation part. Item number 45 is specifically to support the rest of the charter that was given to the committee to develop a data-based decision matrix on alternatives. One of the alternatives is to retain the library in that building over time. And so excluding the roof, and it's an assessment that goes, how much life is left in that building? 20 years? Or is it walls gonna fall off? Okay? HVAC, wiring, okay? The basic gut structure of that building is what needs to be assessed, and we're just looking for a cost figure that needs to be put together over time. So I'm not this kind of engineer, but what I'd be looking for is that building has a projected life of about 30 more years as it is built. But in the next 5 years, you're going to need to replace HVAC. In the next 10 years, you're going to need to do something to the foundation. So I'm just looking for a cost, how long it lives, how much more we got to spend, so we can then put this against at least four other alternatives as we're looking towards the library of the future. But this is the baseline metric as we develop other alternatives. Did that help in clarity of what we're looking for, Mayor?
So, JD?
So, I'm JD Clark with Guernsey. We were asked to put together that proposal for the facility, call it a facilities planning study. And so what we do on those is we evaluate the building. We look at exactly what you just listed. What's the expected life cycle cost? What are some big expenditures coming up? That's one aspect. Where's the building at? Is it serving the right area? Is it in the right location? That's something we would look at too. Demographics, I can't tell you if it is
I
or
don't
isn't.
want that.
What was that?
I don't want that.
You don't want that? Okay. Well, I may have not gotten all the information, but
Well,
what our
that's all
fee,
right.
I was just telling you what
I
our fee.
gave you
kind-
very clear what I want. What's contained in the packet for this is not what I would like.
Okay.
So I gave you verbally what I think needs to be done,
Okay.
and the staff can articulate that in engineering stuff.
Yeah, that's a much more brief, what you're asking. We were trying to provide you guys with a little bit.
I understand.
Longer term.
I have nothing wrong with your
Okay.
intent. It is not germane to the study we are trying to accomplish.
Okay.
And I'm
Yeah, I understand.
trying to be nice. I'm not being mean about
No.
this. That's not what we needed. A lot less.
Understood.
Okay.
Motion here, we have something more to discuss. Do we have a motion? Your motion is to approve number 27, which is to initiate the ceiling renovation. Is there a second? Mr. Hooton seconds it. Discussion. Randy?
Council, I really feel like we're in the same place we were before. I understand what is being requested, but if we look at number 45, we're basically going to look at the whole building and say, what's the condition of this building? How much money are we going to have to spend in the next 15 years, the next 8 years, whatever? But prior to that, we're going to approve spending money on a ceiling that might be going into a building that could be, and I don't hope that it's not, and it may not be, and I hope it probably isn't, but it could be in the same condition as the one in Norman that's now got a fence around it. And it'll never be opened again. Why do we want to do this backwards? Why do we not get the study, find out what's going on, and then put the ceiling in if everything's okay? That just makes sense to me. I don't understand doing it backwards.
Mr. Hampton?
Mayor, I think that looking at both items, we do have our committee that is not short of engineers, not to say that the engineering work, but, part of our overview is development, and we do want value engineering and to make sure that the citizens' money is spent right. I don't know, Mr. Kirby, I don't know if you have any objections. I think all of us could get together and take that to the development committee and actually take a look at it with all of us to see and get a better direction on providing a systematic way like Councilman Mormon is talking about. It is no doubt that we need to move forward on this, but I would make that suggestion to you.
Mr. Brown? Alan?
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Yeah, I have no objection whichever way the council want to go. I just fundamentally what I think we owe the citizens. They voted and approved fixing the ceiling. I think underlying logic dictates that we're not going to get a decision on Library of the Future anytime soon, nor act any alternative. I mean, that building is 50 years old, so is the mall, so are a lot of buildings we're using. I think fundamentally, I would share a concern that are we fixing something that 5 years from now we would go, we shouldn't have done that. I'd say the probability of that's less than 50%, because just at our looks on alternatives right now, you're going to spend a ton more money for the other alternatives. That is a heuristic assessment from pros and cons that we've looked at so far. So fundamentally, I think the citizens approved this money. I think that's an obligation to go ahead and do it. I think the risk is probably less than 50% that we've wasted the money. And then I tried to articulate the assessment of the building. I don't see that being a huge expense, but they could lay it out. What I've asked for is just basically a building infrastructure report that tells me its projected lifespan and what maintenance we need to do for it. Now, you can do one versus the other, but I think we've reached our 120-day hiatus, and that was the recommendation of the committee for the most part, is to get the ceiling project moving forward. And those are my thoughts. Thank you, Councilman.
JD, got a question for you. You said something that makes me think and may change my thoughts. Did I understand you to say that you did a building assessment before you came up with the ceiling plan?
Our team did a small assessment. It was a very focused assessment of certain conditions. I think they looked at the ceiling, a little bit of the mechanical system. I think that was the extent of it. And electrical. And fire suppression. So it was really focused on the elements that were going to be interacting with that ceiling. We didn't look at envelope performance, structural. My understanding is the building structurally seems to be fairly sound as is. Thermally, it's a 50-year-old building. I can guarantee you that it's not thermally as productive as a current building.
Okay, all right, thank you. Bob, did I see, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate everything that's being done. I mean, I know that Mr. Kirby probably isn't as keen on the location of and what this building looks like in that area, but I am the Ward 5 councilman. I was going to be on this committee, as a matter of fact, but I kind of defer to a board member to be on there rather than myself. I do care what this building looks like in Ward 5. We have built already a farmer's market that is a jewel of a building and facility there. We have other things that the chamber's working on to beautify and make that area enhance. And I certainly would like this building to be part of that jewel, just like many of you do. I do share the same sentiment as Randy. I do know that you're right, Councilman Kirby, about the voting for the citizens, but whether it be done now or after we do a study on that building of that last item, I think it's probably a prudent thing. And that was why I was making the suggestion, let's look at the engineering and some of the things that probably should be done first. And we know we're going to get the, no doubt, get the building done. It's just a matter of what comes first and making sure that what we do is going to be prudent. I was going to make a motion, but did you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to ask one question. What year was the money passed for the ceiling to begin with?
It was in Propel 2040.
Was it in 2040, or did we move it from?
No, it was never in 19 that I recall, was it? You think it was? We've slept since then. Ms. Williams?
It was 2019, because I specifically asked in one of the library meetings, and I asked when that assessment was done as well, and I was informed 2017 to my recollection. And then the CIP was 2019.
Well, I don't recall it in 2019, and I put both of those together, but I could stand corrected. Mr. Warren?
And it really doesn't make any difference. I just, because we're talking about how long does it take to do this study? 6 months? 8 months? I mean, I think it's time and money well spent to make sure that we're being good stewards.
I think to that point, can you give us an estimate of how long it would take?
That's city engineer.
I mean, it'd probably take us 3 to 6 months to do it. And I looked at our proposal, half of it, well, part of it's a tech and report. The proposal, half of it's what you're asking for. The fee is about half that price.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, and that's $32,000.
Yes.
I've read that thing ad nauseum to date. I understand, okay? I know every line of cost. So I have absolutely no issue if the council would like to amend this to say, conduct the assessment prior to moving that library ceiling forward. But I do have, the council needs to understand, that's an additional appropriation of $32,000 or whatever it comes out. That's money on top of what's in the SIP. You have to pay that. I don't think you can pull that out of the SIP money. Okay. That wasn't in the project. That's just my opinion. If you want to amend it to do it and approve the contract to go, then I'm fine with that. Have the assessment done. I don't think it takes 6 months. No. Because I don't think you need that much of an assessment.
No. The biggest part is we have to hire tech and we'd want to have them do a
Yeah.
full.
No, I saw that. It was
Yeah.
$4,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm not in control of their time, so that's why I can't tell you if it's going to take a month or so. But they're pretty quick.
Well, we don't direct what the city engineer does for contracting on that. That's not our.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve 27, and it has been seconded. Is there further council discussion? And you even have an invitation for an amendment, I think. Mr. Hampton?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Kirby. I'm, would I need to make, would you need to withdraw that motion before?
No, you either need to ask him to amend, accept a friendly amendment, or you need to make a substitute motion.
It's pretty much, I'll make a substitute motion, and I think that substitution motion, move to table item and refer it to the Streets and Development Committee for review of scope, project scope, cost considerations, and potential efficiencies prior to council action.
Okay, I'd like to get you to repeat that.
Move to table the item and refer to the Streets and Development Committee for review of project scope, cost considerations, and potential efficiencies prior to council action.
Okay, it sounds like you're tabling item 27, and you're referring item 45, which is the study of the whole building, to the engineering selection.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I'd like it to go to the engineering selection before. Yeah.
Okay, and we do have a second. We will deal with the substitute motion first. The substitute motion and second is to table item 27 and to refer to the Engineering Selection Committee item 45. I think basically you're approving number 45, but referring it to engineering selection. Am I got it? Okay, does everybody understand? Let's vote. Did you want to talk, Mr. Hooton?
I
Okay,
do.
Yes.
there's one element of that that hasn't been considered, is that are we going to approve for the city to spend money to do 45? Because that's not budgeted anywhere that I know of. Are we going to tell the city to fund that? Because it's an unfunded request right now, I think.
Well, we're directing staff. I would say the way the motion was worded, we are directing staff to identify a funding source and bring it back, and that could be brought back with, I don't know, that is kind of odd to send it to engineering selection before we determine the funding source. But I would be, if the number, did I understand the number for this study is 32,000? Is that what I heard?
For partial, but that was just one estimate in there. I don't know whether that was, I don't know how the city engineering staff came up with that study. They just attached it in there, so.
Do any of y'all know, is that 32,000 going to get that assessment done on the rest of the
The
building?
32,000 came from splitting the cost, the current cost of the study that JD did for 66,000, 65,000. If we lessen that study, if we narrow the scope, it could possibly come down to about half of that, about 32,000.
What, council, I'm going to tell you what I'd be willing to do, if you guys wanted to, is set 32,000 as a number to be paid for with CIP funds over and above the 2 million that was allocated for the library. It could come out of contingency to get this done and get it moving. If the council, would you like to make that part of your motion? Would you like to make that part of your second? We got that covered. Please don't add any more problems.
Well, I'm sorry, I may. I think it's appropriate to deal with the items separately. Even on companion agenda items, we vote on them separately, so we shouldn't have one motion cover two agenda items.
Okay.
But you can do whichever one you want first.
Okay, so let's table, table 27 first. Are you okay? Are you okay with second? Okay, we're voting to table 27, then we're going to deal with 45. Please vote. Motion passes 5-3. Okay, now, item 45, we are sending to the Engineering Selection Committee and approving 32,000 from CIP contingency fund above the 2 million to get this going. We have a motion and a second, right? Motion by Mr. Hampton, second by Ms. Williams. Let's vote. Motion carries 7-1. Now, city managers ask us to do the addendum. It'll be at the last page. Consider and take action to approve a contract with Johnson Controls, Inc., JCI, for installation of energy improvement measures and replacement of HVAC equipment at the Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant, MPWTP, City Hall, and Owens Multipurpose Center for a total contract amount of $5,811,901. The contract is approved subject to legal completing its review and corrections made to final contract language. Rusty.
Yes, this is a follow-up. Last December,
council approved a contract with Johnson Controls to do an inefficiency audit of the city facilities and deal with the equipment, HVAC, envelope packages, lighting efficiencies, and those were throughout the city. We had budgeted for Medicine Park and a couple of other facilities, HVAC system replacement. During that study, Johnson Controls looked at those equipment and came back with a proposal under that previous contract that they did the evaluation. And what this contract is a contract to do the replacement of the HVAC system at Medicine Park, and along with that, some at City Hall, some HVAC improvements and Owens Multipurpose, along with some energy efficient lighting, LED lighting, and those items. And that's where this contract comes to, is those three facilities were set as the priority three facilities needing the most attention right now, and money had been budgeted for those facilities.
Okay, remind me the funding source on this. We paid for the inspection. Remind me of the funding source.
The funding for Medicine Park is out of the capital improvement budget that's being budgeted at Medicine Park. I'll let Chandra address.
Okay, are you talking about CIP funds?
No, we're talking about, that's general fund budget that was budgeted in for HVAC improvements at Medicine Park.
Okay,
And I'll
general
let her-
fund.
Right, so for Medicine Park, it's 1.2 million in fiscal year 2026. It was budgeted 1.2. General fund, same for Medicine Park, already budgeted for fiscal year 2027. City Hall is city at large. It's general fund money. It's going to be 2026, 2027, and the last payment, because this project's going to last 14 to 15 months at best. It will go into 28. The remaining balance on Medicine Park will be paid out of CIP, and I think it was around $223K. And then Owens is completely all CIP money.
Okay.
In fiscal year 2026,
Are you telling me that we had it budgeted in the CIP for 2026?
yes, sir.
Well, I don't remember that, but if we pass the budget, we pass the budget. Council?
So move.
Motion
Straight
for
all the way out.
approval, is there a second? We do have a second, discussion. Please vote.
Mayor, I think that, can you repeat that question? I think Dwayne wanted you to ask that question again. Did you, Dwayne? No? Okay.
We've got a motion, we got a
Okay.
second, we're gonna approve this. Please vote.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Item 37, adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 501 Southwest 16th Street, secondary structure, 1109 Northwest Williams Avenue, and 2308 Northwest 20th Street to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John, no, Antonio.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 501 Southwest 16th Street, secondary structure. Staff recommendation is no action to be taken. This structure came to council originally on 3/10/26, and the structure has since been demoed. Any questions?
We've already held the public hearings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's Ward 5, Councilman?
No action, sir. They've already demoed the property.
So we're ready to move on.
Yes, sir.
1109 Northwest Williams Avenue.
1109 Northwest Williams Avenue, staff's recommendation to the council is to declare this structure dilapidated. The structure originally came to council on 2/24/26 and was tabled to allow the insurance claim and litigation. The structure has fire damage, damaged roof, broken windows and doors. No permits have been filed as of this morning, and staff has not received any information from the property representative.
Just need verification that the public hearing has been held.
Yes, sir, the public hearing, no, sir, the public hearing had not been held. The day we had that meeting, he had legal representation and the public
I'm not
hearing
sure,
was
I'm not sure we can act on this because the agenda item doesn't show that a public hearing was announced.
Mayor Booker, I'm fairly confident that we did a public hearing on this address. Representation from was it the mortgage company?
Oh,
Showed
yes,
up
it
and
was, yes,
spoke
sir,
during
yes,
that
sir.
public
I
hearing, and it was
apologize,
closed.
Sir, yes, sir, we did. I apologize, Mayor.
Okay, I'm presuming that we're going to double check that after this, just to make sure. And Councilman?
I just want to make sure, since they did have legal representation and said that they were going through an insurance claim, we don't need, like, there's no risk to us. We don't need to wait any longer. We can go ahead and declare if we so deem. Okay.
I do think, to give you assurance, they're going to double check all of this. We can take the action. They're going to double check and make sure everything was done right.
Okay, having said that, then I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up 2308 Northwest 20th Street. Antonio.
2308 Northwest 20th Street, staff recommendation is for no action to be taken. This structure originally came to council on 3/10/2026, and the structure has a new roof, siding, and windows and doors. As you can see, the picture on the right shows the improvements, and the picture on the left shows it in its dilapidated state.
Okay, great. No action needed. We're through with item 37.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We've done 38. Which address are you asking about? Okay,
Sir,
I'm
the
gonna-
council did not take any action on that one. That means that they did not declare it dilapidated because of the improvements that were done.
Brings up item 39, consider and if desired, approve an amendment to the construction manager at risk agreement with the Bolt Company for the construction of a sports complex with said amendment establishing Bolt's guaranteed maximum price, GMP, for the construction of the sports complex, approving project costs and excluding the owner's contingency from GMP. Tim.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So if you'll recall back on, I believe it was around March 27th, Council approved a contract with Bolt, a construction manager at risk contract for the construction of the sports facility. So tonight, we're bringing you the amendment, the first amendment, where this is where the GMP, the guaranteed maximum price, is being set and established by the City Council. Yesterday, the Sports Authority met. This was presented to the Sports Authority, the guaranteed maximum price, and also the entire contract price. Sports Authority recommended bringing this to council for your approval tonight. I know I have Brian Henry behind me, the chairman of the Sports Authority, so I'm going to let him go ahead and speak. This is his baby, and we also have representatives from Bolt here and also Eastern Sports Management. So, Mayor, I'm going to turn this over to Brian.
Okay. Good evening, council, and the smile gets bigger. So I do have Tony Yanda with Bolt. He is a director in project development. He's brought Matt Rogers with him, who is the senior estimator, and then Brian Can with Eastern Sports Management. He is the project manager for Eastern Sports Management. I asked Donna Lynn to bring this up, and kind of the way I'd like to do this, and then we'll answer questions afterwards. I'll give you kind of a quick overview, and I'm not going to say I'm not going to steal their thunder, because I'm going to steal their thunder. And then Tony will get up, talk about the guaranteed maximum price for Bolt for the construction piece of it. Brian will come up, talk about the overall budget, which includes the FFE procurement, the soft costs, which we've already approved all of those agreements and now can issue letters to proceed with the stages. We approved those contracts last year. The reason I asked Donna Lynn to put this up is we had great news in the bid process. The bids were below expected. And the way we did the bid process was the building itself, which you see there in the foreground. The horizontal road is East Gore Boulevard. MacArthur High School sits just on the right to orient everybody there. That building, the parking lot, and everything associated with that was the primary bid. And then we did 14 alternates, 13 alternates, something like that, which was quite confusing for me. Matt kept all of that in line. The reason for the alternates is we weren't sure how much the building was going to cost, but we knew we had a finite budget, right? So the good news is, as you look at that picture, the building, 2 new parking lots in the south and the east side of the building to the north, or the parking lot to the north of that, is an existing parking lot. You see the little brown area that represents the park that is there now, playground equipment, all of that. The 2 rectangular fields you see above that, the bids came in low enough where we can build those 2 fields, which we did not expect to be able to do. In addition to that, we'll be able to redo that parking lot just south of those 2 fields. And then as you see, I'm pointing at that like everybody's looking at me pointing at that. I don't know why I'm pointing at that. I'll put my hands down here. Keith Jackson Parkway that leads up to that parking lot, I'm going to keep pointing, leads up to that parking lot. There is going to be a sidewalk now that will connect. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, so now just come straight down from there. That Keith Jackson Parkway there, we're going to be able to build a sidewalk that goes from Gore Boulevard all the way up to that parking lot. The one you see shooting off to the right is part of the agreement with Lawton Public Schools, that we connect the 2 sites so that there can be a cross-parking agreement when they're having football games or we're having events. It's going to have to be a huge event with multiple things going on for us not to have enough parking, but I hope that happens. So we'll have connection to the 2 locations. So, you know, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tony, and then if we need Matt to clarify anything, he's here. And then Brian will come up and wrap up the total number picture.
Yeah, thank you. And so the GMP amendment package, if you've had a chance to look at it, essentially breaks down all of our costs for the project. We start with an executive summary, and then we go into the detailed breakdown by division. And then also included in that's the bid tab. So as Brian mentioned, we had a really good bid turnout. I think we had around, what, 90? We had 108 bids. So that really, it's a really good thing. It helps keep the cost down, keep people competitive. Really happy with the numbers that we got. That bid tab is included in that packet as well. Shows you all the bidders and who we're recommending for each division, each scope of work. And also we have a schedule, and then our GMP clarifications and assumptions, which just kind of goes through the overall scope of work. I know there's a lot there. I'd be happy to answer any questions as it pertains to that GMP packet. Yes, yes.
Any questions? Did you have anything to say? Only if there's questions?
He's just a pretty face.
I think everybody pretty much knows what's going on. Mr. Warren, you want to say anything, and do you have a motion you want to make?
Well, I would say something because I don't think I can say it enough. This has been a really long project. Mr. Henry, Brian Henry, and Hussein Moni brought this to council 5 years ago? 7 years ago. It's been, I'm going to say it's been a labor of love for Brian. Either that or he's just a glutton for punishment. I'm not real sure. But it has been an ordeal. He knows more about land purchase and building than he ever wanted to know. And I greatly appreciate all the work that he's done on this. Everybody on the Sports Authority has done a great job and have really gotten out there and supported the youth. This is going to be amazing for Lawton youth. It's going to be amazing for the city of Lawton as far as economic development. It's going to bring dollars in from all over the Southwest. And as that begins to happen and we are able to do more fields, it's just going to grow upon itself. I'd make a motion to accept.
We have a motion to accept. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Let's get the
Mayor?
show on the road. Greg.
Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yes.
I think our entire legal department probably, but Tim for sure needs an extra thank you on this deal. We pushed a whole lot of paper his way, and he pushed a lot back, so.
Thank you, Randy, and again, I thank Rusty Wisenhunt for his assistance. And one thing we didn't mention that's in here is Brian working with Bolt. We have also put in up to $200,000 for a project manager for represent city's interest too. So we have some money there to hire someone for project manager throughout this construction. So that's a good thing also.
Okay, well, let's give it. Great legacy project. Now, we have 5 items left on the regular agenda. Do you want a 7-minute break or do you want to keep going? John Lynn is telling me break, and we can't operate without a clerk, so we will start at 8:25. It is 8:25 and time to come back together and finish this agenda. And we're on item 40, right?
Correct.
Consider a request for temporary stay on a dangerous and dilapidated structure located at 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. John? You guys are throwing me a curve here.
There we go. 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. 2211 Northwest Baltimore Avenue. We are here to provide you with information on a state of demolition. Staff has received, and after a discussion with legal, they advise us to bring this property back to the council for determination. Staff recommendation is to continue with the demolition process. The structure did not have an active water account among The structure did not have an active water account, among other factors, and was declared dilapidated to Lawton City Code on March 25th, 2025. On May 13th, 2025, the property went back to council to consider rescinding the resolution declaring the property dilapidated. Council voted not to rescind the resolution. The property was sold on June 12th, 2025, and the new owner applied for remodel permits. Once the owner became unresponsive to the building division, the permits were canceled on December 23rd, 2025, and a letter was mailed to the owner on February 27th, 2026, stating the property had been declared dilapidated and the city was preparing for demolition. On March 27th, 2026, the water meter was disconnected and pulled in preparation for demolition. On April 8th, 2026, the city clerk's office received a letter from the property owner asking the city to cease and desist on the demolition activities. Any questions?
I do. What was the reason legal recommended this come back?
Because we received a stay on the demolition.
Are you talking about received a stay from a court?
We received the stay from a written letter from the property owner. And so legal advised us to bring this back to see what the council desires is.
Okay, what was the original contact date?
That we declared this dilapidated?
No.
Oh, this
the
was...
The first time we ever reached out to this customer.
It was in April when we sent out the 30-day notices to give them a chance to pull the permit to get this remodeled.
Okay, that's not what I mean. When was the first time you brought it to council? The very first time?
The very first time we brought this to council was on March 25th, 2025.
March of 25. So we've been dealing with this just over a year.
Correct.
Okay. In March, they were given more time, which brought up May the 15th. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that's when we actually put it on the D&D.
So on May 3rd, council declared it on March 25th, 2025. Staff brought it back on May 13th of 2025 to rescind the resolution declaring the property dilapidated, and council voted not to rescind the resolution.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Council, do you have questions? Mr. Hooton, do you have questions?
No, so this timeline that I have in front of me goes it's over a year ago, and all kinds of notification. What's the communications been back to the city?
So
on the various days, not, has it been sporadic? Has it been nothing?
So at the beginning, the original property owner did, when they were here when it was declared dilapidated, they did end up pulling a permit, but it was only for roofing. It was not a D&D permit. And then we did help them as well because we were instructed to help them get the water turned on.
But since then, since the change of ownership?
We haven't had any conversation at all with the property owner. There's been a permit that was applied for at the building division, and building division and neighborhood services have reached out multiple times, and we were unable to reach the citizen to make sure that they continue to bring us the plans that we were needing so we can get the permit issued for a D&D permit.
So since June of 25, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Communications back to the city, giving, and you guys, the city giving proper notice has been relatively almost zero.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I'm going to give you 3 minutes if you want to step up to the mic, and I need you to control yourself, sir.
Yes, sir, absolutely. First place, what this guy was just saying is false. I've never received a letter except for a certified letter the other day telling me I needed to be here, okay? I've spent $15,000 on a roof last year, tore down the carport like they asked me to. I don't have money to invest in like that. I'm doing this one little bit at a time, and apparently I'm not doing it fast enough. And they come and jerk my water meter 2 weeks ago. 2 Fridays ago, they come and jerk my water meter without no notice. None. I didn't get no notices. Like I said, the only letter I got from these guys was the certified letter I signed for the other day in the mail. That's it. I ain't got no, they hadn't reached out to me or nothing. And that's the truth of it all. And like they violated my 14th Amendment right, number one, when they jerked that meter without due process. They just come up there and jerked it. Our water bill's paid up. If you'll look at our water bill right now, it's paid up. We owe $84, and that's the only reason we owe the $84 is to keep our account open. I mean, I'm doing what I can. The crack in the bricks, yeah, you know, that needs to be fixed. I got some guys from Cash, the Nunleys, come to give me an estimate on to do the brickwork. Because it's either do the brickwork or tear it down and put it up siding, and I don't want to put up siding. I want to keep my brick. I got an electrician yesterday come and give me an estimate on doing the rewiring in the house. I'm asking, you know, give me a little bit more time and please give me my water back. And we've complied with everything that we've known about. This is one I talked to on the phone. He said he sent me emails. I've got all my emails from the city right here. And I have not got not one email from these guys about nothing. And that's real. Look, this is my first time buying a house. I'm trying to make this a memorable, not a bad memory deal here. You know, I'm child support, my fines, my rent, my water, my lights. You know, that all plays a toll on the things that I've done. And I know that none of that is y'all's problem. I do know that. But I do want to ask you a little bit more time. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. You know, and I really would like a little bit more time to get this house in order because it's a nice house, and I would invite all of y'all to come look at it. We live in this house. You know, it's not like I bought this property to flip and rent. That's not it. This is my home. This is where I live. My dogs, my wife. This is where we live.
Okay, go ahead and ask a question.
Yes, sir. When you purchased that house, did the person that you bought it from tell you that it was on the D&D currently?
When we got put on the D&D list, I was in transition of me buying the house.
So you knew the house was on the D&D already? That's what I'm trying to find out.
The way I understood it was y'all was going to have a supervisor come out and take notes of, and they up here in the water department, they've got two floor plans of mine. They couldn't find the first one, so I had to bring another one back up here. And he's got the hard copy and the one on his
John,
computer.
did you pull any permits, John, knowing it was on the D&D?
He applied for one. The building division, Rowan, which is our residential plans examiner, has notes in there and actually emails where he has reached out to the property owner for requesting for additional information. And also our chief building inspector, which is Dudley, he has made multiple reach outs to go out there to do an inspection, to actually walk through the property and tell them what needs to be worked on for the D&D permit. And unfortunately, both of them were unable to reach the citizen.
That's bull. That's a lie. because he talked to my son and was supposed to be back at 2 o'clock that afternoon on a Tuesday and never showed back up.
Okay, your time is up, sir. I want to say thank you for inviting us out to look. I was actually out there last week, and the place is a mess. The yard is a mess. There's debris everywhere.
If you look at the photos from...
Now,
when it was
sir,
taken out
your
on the-
time is up. Thank you. Mr. Hooton?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There we go. Well, I drove by the house also within the last week or so, and as the mayor said, you know, you drive in that cul-de-sac or in the circle there, area there, the other houses look very nice. They're taken care of, their yards are mowed, there's not junk sitting, you know, waist high across the front of them. And, you know, the house looks to be in disrepair.
Sir, we've been there.
I just don't, you know, your lack of communication, and I know what you're saying, sir. I know what you're saying, but the lack of communication, the lack of goodwill to get the thing taken care of, is really apparent. That's what sticks out to me the very most. And your neighbors, you know, suffer from this, from having all that, whatever that is, out in front of your yard. You know, that's it. And then the house itself. You know, who knows from looking at it, from those bricks, the separation of the bricks, it appears to be even unsafe. So, well, you know, you should have communicated. I think this council has been very good. Excuse me. This council has been very good about responding to people who really make an effort. But on the other hand, you have to consider the other people in the neighborhood too. They're looking at that sore thumb that's just eyesore. That's just, you know, really not. It looks like it ought to be leveled. It really does.
Mr. Hooton, do you have a motion? We have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote.
Next one has a public hearing.
And the motion passes 7-1. Okay, item 41, consider holding a public hearing and consider an ordinance for change of zoning request from Bowman's Consulting Group on behalf of O'Reilly's Auto Enterprises, LLC, and Richards Maria J. Trustee, Nick J. Richards, 1992 Trust, from the C4 Tourist Commercial District to the C3 Planned Community Shopping Center District. Zoning classification for the property located at 3422 East Gore Boulevard, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73501. More particularly described as proposed Lot 1, Block 1, O'Reilly-E, Gore, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good afternoon, evening, Mayor, Council. Sorry for the long title. This is a proposed rezoning request for proposed O'Reilly's to be located off of East Gore Boulevard, just west of 35th Street. As you can see, this is the currently vacant land. It's an L-shaped property that wraps around the MacArthur Apartments. This piece of property was brought to council to split into two pieces for this O'Reilly development on March 24th. That plat was approved by council and is still to be filed at the county. This rezoning request is to lower from the C4 to the C3 Planned Community Shopping Center. As you can see, this is the current zoning for that area. The specific use for auto parts store is listed in the C3 zoning, and that's why the required rezoning to lower that classification from the C4 to the C3, because of the use is specifically listed in the C3 zoning. This was noticed to 18 property owners within 300 feet on March 31st and posted in the Lawton-Constitution on April 5th. We received no phone calls for or against this item. It went to the Planning Commission on March 26th, and they recommended approval 7-0. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, do you have questions? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council.
I just have a comment.
Okay.
See how fast the youth sports facility has brought businesses to the east side?
And so, was that a motion?
That was a motion to
Motion for
accept.
approval? Is there a
To
second?
approve.
Okay, and waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only? Who seconded that?
Second.
We do have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the C4 Tourist Commercial District to the C3 Planned Community Shopping Center District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 42. Consider and possible action on recommendation by the Streets and Development Committee to transfer the design and engineering services for EN 2303 Sheridan Road Reconstruction Project to WSB, and if so desired, direct staff to prepare any necessary documents for future council consideration and action to effectuate the transfer. Mike Jones.
This will be Sheridan Road project reconstruction, rehabilitation from Lee Boulevard South to just past Bishop School, about 1.2 miles. This project, we received initially a preliminary report in March of 24 on this project. We entered into a contract with Friesen Nichols in October of that same year. We're currently still in that contract for design. We are currently paid halfway through approximately that contract. At the last Streets and Bridges Committee, it was desired, expressed desired by the committee to look into constructing this project in a similar fashion to 38th Street as a mill and overlay or a pavement rehabilitation project. Following on the successful completion of that project turned out nice and saved time and saved money. This project has ranged in price, estimated cost from $6 million to approximately $16 million based on different factors involved in the project. It's currently estimated to, as a mill and overlay project, to cost between $4.5 and $5 million dollars. We've already, to that point, started work to submit it on the May 12th agenda as a task order for WSB.
Mike, it seems like using the term mill and overlay for 38th Street and for this job is kind of gives the wrong impression, because I'm looking at 38th Street and it's at least, they're going down at least a foot, and I'm not sure it's not 18 inches to rebuild that road. That road is being rebuilt. I'm going to ask Chris Serrano to come up, and I don't like the terminology we're using here and what it projects to the citizens, because this mill and overlay, if that's what we're going to call it, is not anything like the mill and overlay we do on a residential road. Chris, explain to us what your company's recommendation is on this road and explain it well enough that the citizens will be able to understand that this is not a simple mill and overlay.
That is correct, Mayor. This is not a simple mill and overlay. What we are actually proposing to do is to strip away the entire pavement, all layers, come in and modify or stabilize the subgrade approximately, 8 to 10 inches in depth. Once we get proper compaction, consolidation of material, then we begin to add structure to the road, which is the asphalt layers that you would see. So looking about 8 to 9 inches of asphalt on top of 8 to 10 inches of stabilized, modified soil material. So essentially
So the total is 16 to 18 inches?
Yes, sir, something like that, correct.
Okay, so I was out there on 38th Street one day, and they were doing some testing of the soil, rolling stuff over it, doing some kind of, I don't know what it was called.
Proof
Some kinda-
rolling.
What?
Proof rolling?
Yeah, but there was another thing they were doing that kind of sounded radioactive, but I don't think it was.
Yeah, it was. We do nuclear density testing. That is correct.
What's it called?
It's called nuclear density testing. It is nuclear reactive, yes.
Okay.
But it is safe. It's nothing.
Okay, and so that is the scientific way to make sure we get a good base, which is the key to the whole thing.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And the reason we have a problem now is because we let the base go to pot.
It does appear, yes, that the base was in fact compromised.
All right. You've explained it good enough for me. I hope you've explained it good enough for citizens and the rest of the council. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I appreciate that explanation. I chair that committee, and I think it's important to continue evaluating options that deliver projects in a cost-effective and timely manner for the citizens of Lawton, and I make a motion to accept the committee recommendation supporting the WSB approach and direct staff to prepare the necessary legal procurement and engineering documentations for the council's consideration.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. We need to come up with a new term, gentlemen, for this kind of mill and overlay, because those roads are being rebuilt, from what I
completely
can
agree.
see.
I completely agree, sir, yes.
Motion carries 8-0. Thank you. Was that 42?
Mayor? we
Thank
could-
you, guys.
We could call it a full-depth rehab.
And I like that. Is that properly defined, full-depth rehab, and is there some kind of legal engineering term that we need to use?
Well, quite frankly, Mayor, if I could speak freely, on 38th Street, that was essentially a full reconstruction of the mainline road. That entire road was completely removed, rebuilt. You've got about 11 inches of pavement in some sections. The reason we didn't want to call it a full reconstruction is because there were sections of curb and gutter that we left in place. And we left them in place because they were still in very good condition, and it wasn't necessary to remove them and replace them. So we didn't want to give people the impression that we said you have a brand-new road and you're driving down and you see, well, that's 15 feet of brand-new curb and gutter, but then I see 300 feet of existing curb and gutter. That could give the wrong impression, so.
Yeah. So, okay, so I get what you're saying, but it sounds to me like full-depth rehab sounds pretty good on that.
That's full-depth reconstruction, yes, sir.
And I think that's really good of what I understand of value engineering. And does full-depth rehab sound like a good descriptive term for Sheridan Road? And what your company is proposing and now has the contract for, I guess?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what we're proposing. It's a
Full-depth rehab.
Yep, full-depth rehab.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilwoman, did you have a question?
I have an announcement. I want to reiterate it. For the citizens who have been stopping me in the street, at the church and everything else, did you all just hear that Sheridan Road, Lee up to Bishop Road is going to be fixed? And I thank the council so much.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to 43. Consider and if desired, approve council policy 0-04, establishing the artificial intelligence policy for the city of Lawton to ensure transparency and how artificial intelligence will be used. Don Lynn?
Mayor and council, this policy is a product of, I would say, at least a few years of work and research, testing the limits of AI, seeing what we can and can't do with it, and then putting in place the right tools for transparency for government, the correct guardrails to make sure that we're protecting what we need to with it. I kind of gathered all of that research and put it into a document and sent it over to the city attorney's office to make sure that we're legally compliant with everything.
Are there questions? Oh, would you like to say something?
I would just say that we took the, legal took the city clerk's document. We compared to several of our peer cities as to what they had, and we wanted to have something that was clear, not complicated, but yet maintain the goals that we had been given from the council to be, to ensure efficiency, transparency, and that the information would not be misused.
Awesome. Questions or motion for approval?
Move. Second.
Motion to approve in a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 44, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to offenses and crimes, amending section 1632205, division 1632, article 16.3, chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2025, relating to enforcement and penalties of unauthorized camping by amending the penalties to follow the appropriate jurisdictional limits and to stay consistent with corresponding chapters in City Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. City Manager?
Mayor, I initiated this item. If you look at the current ordinance, there's a progression from the first offense to the third offense, and the third offense exceeds the jurisdictional limits of a court of not record, which is what the city of Lawton has. The most that we can confine an individual is up to 60 days. So we just need to change our ordinance to fit the court that we have. And so that's what this is doing.
Questions or motion for approval?
Mayor, council, I'd make a motion to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
Motion and a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to offenses and crimes, amending section 16-3-2-205, division 16-3-2, article 16-3, chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2025, relating to enforcement and penalties of unauthorized camping by amending the penalties to follow the appropriate jurisdictional limits and to stay consistent with corresponding chapters in Lawton City Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Can I get a motion to go to executive session? Second. A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Oh, I'm just going right over here to talk to her real quick.
Can I get a motion to return?
Motion return.
Is there a second? Heard a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
We're going to wait just a second. I got off a little start, not realizing that two council members were present. So we're going to just sit here for a second.
No.
Okay, we're going to start here. Executive session item number 46, Jerry.
Pursuant to Section 307B.2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with International Union of Police Associations, IUPA Local 24, and the City of Lawton. Mr. Mayor, no action to be taken.
Thank you. Item 47, Jerry.
Pursuant to 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma, titled Felicia Parker and Larisha Parker as next of kin to Isaac Dwayne Parker, deceased, versus the City of Lawton et al., case number CIV 24-178-JD.
Item 48, Jerry.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
no
sorry.
action to be taken. 48?
So,
I forgot to say no action to be taken.
okay. I'm sorry. 48.
Pursuant to Section 307B.3, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the potential purchase of real property. Mr. Mayor, no action to be taken.
Okay, thank you. And that brings up audience participation. We have one individual has signed up, Matina Davis. Matina, you have 3 minutes, and I've already got your information here.
Hopefully you all will pay attention when citizens are speaking. Good evening. I'm here tonight to put it on the official record that the narrative being painted by members of this city government has crossed a line that can no longer be ignored. When individuals representing our court system feels comfortable publicly labeling a citizen as crazy for the world to see, we have moved past professional disagreements into a space of target harassment. It is unacceptable and it would not stand. The disrespect is widespread and deep-rooted. We have city officials sending invitations to known hate groups. We have city prosecutors who remain in office despite filing unreasonable charges and openly label me as ignorant. Furthermore, we see the president of the Chamber of Commerce using government pages to speak negative about a private citizen. These are not isolated incidents. They are a reflection of the culture within this administration. When those in power use their platform to disparage the people that are sworn to serve, it serves as a clear signal that this city is in desperate need of new leadership. To be clear, all of these actions, the public insult, the official correspondence, and the professional misconduct have been documented and forwarded to an attorney. For too long, I have received quiet, private apologies behind closed doors. But private apologies do not fix public character assassination. The apologies needs to be as loud as the disrespect was. I will continue to hold this body accountable, and I thank myself for having the courage to stand up to this government. Please note that the chambers receive our tax dollars. Also, a prime example of disrespect was shown tonight. The ones who called that man home trash, it's not worth it to sit in those seats. That could have been done a better way. I yield my time.
Have a motion to adjourn. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
We stand adjourned.